Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back and welcome in. It's AJ, the Average Gamer 714, across all channels for everyone that is watching in today. Not a gaming stream. We might do a little bit of gaming later, even if we don't get the PC completely set up. We'll just set it aside, do our gaming thing tonight. Still on the laptop. We'll figure it out. However, we are indeed building a PC today. For those of you that are on the YouTube side, you can see the parts list down below. For those of you who are not on the YouTube side and there's not a description, we will run through the parts and pieces, and then we'll get into it. All right, starting with the motherboard, we have the Aorus Elite B650AX. I went with that simply for the AO outputs on the back of the motherboard. Gotta have them USB inputs on the back. I need that. That would be great. For the price, really, really good motherboard. Also, I got all these parts on Amazon. That was where I bought everything. A lot of the things that you see here, I actually bought certified refurbished. That's what I did. That was able to save me about $500 on this build, so it went from $1,800 roughly down to about $12 or $13, tax included. So that's about how much we were able to build this PC for. The only part that I have been using that we will not kind of really be looking at is the monitor, because I'm going to move the camera that you're looking at me through right now. I'm going to bring it top down so that you guys can kind of see what I'm doing, because I'm going to stand up while we build this. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So once again, the motherboard, the Aorus Elite B650. That is what we went with. We are going AM5 for this platform. The CPU here, we have a Ryzen 5 9600X. I was going to go with the 7600X. However, getting this certified refurbished sent from AMD, I managed to save about $50 on this CPU. It was $50 cheaper than a brand new 7600X. So we were able to get an upgrade there for a little bit cheaper. Obviously, your prices may vary, depends on who is selling at the time, but that's how we went with the 9600X. I've heard a lot of great things about it. I've heard that it's a really good budget CPU for those people that are crossing into the gaming world. Now, let's see here. The GPU, we have a Gigabyte 9060 XT. The budget didn't really allow for a 9070 XT like I wanted. We could definitely upgrade in the future at some point, which is definitely in the cards. However, I know that I'm going to still be doing the actual stream part off of my laptop, so I chose to go with the 9060 and capture card everything. So hopefully that pans out the way that I want it to. So again, that is the graphics card. That would be the Gigabyte Gaming OC AMD RX 9060 XT. I heard that it'll do just fine for what we're doing, what we're building for. The monitor that you see right here is a 1080p monitor. I didn't know if I would, even though I'm streaming off my laptop, if I would be able to get away with 1440. If it turns out that this graphics card kicks ass at 1080, we will definitely be looking at getting a 1440p monitor, because I want to get another one from Korui. That is definitely in the cards. So if this graphics card handles it pretty well, we're going to look at 1440. We're going to get a second monitor, mainly because I would like to second monitor my laptop and then still game on another 24-inch panel. So with that, we went. This is one of the parts that we actually bought brand new. Oh yeah, the graphics card. The graphics card is also certified refurbished from Gigabyte. I was able to save. I want to say that I saved in the neighborhood of like $40 on it, maybe. So instead of that $389, it came in at like $339, somewhere in that range. The power supply is one thing that we did brand new. I went with the Montech Century 2. it is most power supplies today, as long as they have a good 80 plus rating and a good cybernetics rating, you can kind of play around with it a little bit. So I went a little bit on the cheaper side. I know that Montech makes pretty good stuff. I used their cases in the past when I built PCs a little while ago, mainly for friends, even though I never built one for myself, ironically. So yeah, we went with the Montech Century 2. It is a gold 850 ATX3. It is cybernetics platinum and 80 plus gold. It was $80 even for an 850 watt power supply. I think that's a pretty damn good deal, if I do say so myself. So after the power supply, this is what we're going to be doing our capture carding with. This is not in the parts list because some of you guys may be able to stream off of the same PC. Who knows? But I got the AverMedia Streamline Mini. I heard some pretty good things about this. I did my homework. I did look up a whole bunch of reviews. I knew that I didn't want to go all out. I know that since I'm going to be gaming in 1080, I don't really have to go all out for some, like a crazy expensive Elgato capture card. So we landed on this guy. It was $82 or $80. God, hiccups. I'm so sorry. It wound up being about $80. It has the pass through that I want. It passes through at 1080 240, which is great. And then it captures in 1080 60, which I think, for now, it'll be good for what we're doing. And then, once we kind of get the swing of doing capture carding and then streaming from a secondary PC, I think that's when we'll kind of jump into looking at some, more expensive capture cards. So that's kind of where we're at with that. So that's why I went with the Streamline Mini. For the RAM, we went with the G-Skill Flare X5, a 32 gigabyte kit at 6,000 megahertz, and it has a CL rating of 36, 36, 36, 96. So not the tightest timings RAM, not the loosest of timings. It's pretty much right in the middle. This kit had a special discount code on Amazon at the time that I bought it, so it brought the price from $109, I think, down to $90 even. I think it was $20 off. So that's why we went with this. I've been watching a lot of budget builders lately, and a lot of them recommend the G-Skill Flare X5 because it does really well on AMD systems. So that's why we went with that. Let's see here. For the storage, I have two NVMEs. I went with Silicon Power. I have a 2 terabyte for my game drive, and I have a 1 terabyte for my main drive that will have my Windows install. I did that for the simple fact of I'm kind of going away from Xbox, even though when NASCAR 25 comes out, we will be capture carding the first sections of gameplay off of the Xbox. I do plan on getting NASCAR on the PC, and I'm kind of going away from Xbox gaming kind of as a whole. So that's why I went with 2. That way, I can get all of my games pretty much on one drive. And for the price, I couldn't really beat it. I think the 2 terabyte drive is $95, and the 1 terabyte was $55, I want to say. So that is why I decided to go with these. I see a lot of budget PC builders recommending these drives as well. They have good performance, good reliability, so that is why I went with them. Have a couple of HDMI cords here so that I can set up all the capture card stuff. This is also not listed for those of you on the YouTube side, but they are Tag Breet HDMI cords. That's just so I can hook one up to the Xbox, one to my PC or my capture card, and back into my monitor. So they are HDMI 2.0. These were like $20 a piece. And then finally, before we get into the building, for the cooler, we have the Thermalright. We have the Thermalright Aqua Elite 360 V3. Simply put, from everything that I see on all these YouTube builders, it is the best 360 AIO for the price. It was like $55. You just can't beat that price. I mean, you really can't. So, what you don't see underneath the desk is the PC case. It is the Montech AIR 903 Max. We will show you that once we actually start placing things in there. I went with the 903 AIR Max simply for the fact that it is Montech. Montech builds great budget cases. All the big YouTubers like Jay's 2 Cents, Budget Builders, everybody uses some form of this case. And this specific case, the reason why I went with it, it has a ARGB hub in the back, so I could tie my AIO in with the case fans, which are already pre-installed. So you get 3 140 ARGB fans in the front, and then just a plain one in the back, but you get 3 more open slots on that header, which is great, because then I could tie in these ARGB lights with the ARGB of the case. It was $70 brand new. I wanted to originally go with the X5, and I bought the X5M by mistake, so I either have to resell that and or return it. But then the more I looked into it, the X5 did not come with that ARGB hub, which was a little bit of a deal breaker. That case is $60 new, or $65, so only like a $5 or $10 difference. But that's why we went with the AIR 903 Max. So, without further ado, oh yeah, and then this monitor right here, it is Korui. This is the 24E3. It is a 185 hertz 1080p 24-inch monitor. This was also on sale when I bought it. It was a price drop from $109 down to $89, so $20 savings there. So yeah, the reason why I decided to go with certified refurbished parts was simply because I was able to find them from the manufacturer. That is the key part. I got them from the manufacturer. So the CPU, the GPU, and the motherboard were all pre-owned. They were all pre-owned things. So that's why I was able to save a good chunk here, good chunk here, good chunk here. And then, like I said, I went with budget items as far as the capture card, the NVMEs, and the RAM. So I think without further ado, we're going to move this camera for you guys, and then we're going to get to building, my friends. So, oh man, I 100% forgot to hit the record button so I could record this for a video later. We'll just have to download the live after it finishes uploading when the live is complete. Not a big deal. So, yeah, I gotta get these out of the way. I don't know why I still have them. They're from my old desk. I don't even need them. We're gonna have to move this up. We're gonna have to find a decent angle for the camera, but that's okay. Oh wow, this mic boom actually goes up pretty tall. I'm kind of impressed. I'm not gonna lie. All right, just work with me here. Turn you like that. Now we're just gonna snag my camera. All right, so we'll get you guys set up. I think right there should work. I think that should work. So we'll start with obviously getting the motherboard ready, because that is the biggest part, is loading up the motherboard before we start putting everything inside the PC. So I got to move some stuff out of the way here. Hopefully this will be a good angle for you guys. If the angle's a little goofy and you need me to move it, I don't really have a lot of options because of the way I have my desk set up, but I will try my best to move camera angles and such so that you guys can see exactly what I'm doing here. So let's just get this out of the way. Put that on hair there. Let's pull out the motherboard. Yeah, so if you guys also notice, all these are pre-opened. I kind of had to do that on purpose. That was just so that I can ensure we got our antenna. Here, let me just there we go. Just like a small part of the what's it called? A small part of my shelf is in the way. Wow, that Gigabyte board has some weight to it. So yeah, the all these boxes are definitely kind of pre-opened. The reason why they're pre-opened is because I just wanted to make sure that everything was, solidly in, one piece, basically. Let's see here. Actually, can I place you on top of this box and then angle you like that? Just to get myself some more clearance. I need something kind of heavy to put on the top of that so it doesn't fall off. How about my old vape? Yep, that looks like it'll work. Now I can just kind of get you away from... Alright, so the fun part about after this build is going under my desk and doing all of the cable management when I'm done. Because that is what's in this box here. This is the one, like, non-computer part. It's just some wire hideaway channel so that I can do the cable management under my desk. Actually, you know what? I'll show you that real quick before we start the build. So this is what my desk looks like currently, right? It is an absolute mess. Sorry for the camera shake. I'm trying my best to kind of stabilize it. This is what underneath my desk looks like. It is absolutely brutal. This is what we've been working with for a little while. But after getting this PC built, that is going to be my number one priority. Oh, come on, autofocus. Work with me here. There we go. So that is the one thing that is going to be really fun to do after this build is doing the cable management underneath the desk. That's going to be absolutely terrible, and I'm not really looking forward to it. So this is the Aorus Elite. Again, if you look at that rear I/O connectivity, that's exactly why I went with this motherboard. Should I put it on the box, or I think it'll be okay just on the desk there. Okay, let's get to doing this. So as you can see here, that's how you know it's pre-certified or pre-owned, refurbished. It doesn't have the little protective thing on there. I did check the little pins or the pads before I knew I was going to put in the CPU, and I didn't see anything that was damaged. So good news there. Opening up our Ryzen 5 CPU here. Got a nice little sticker that we'll put on the PC when we're done. Got a nice little manual there. And the PC, or the CPU itself. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, sorry, you got a little bit of glare there. I do have thermal paste. It came with the AIO. So I do have thermal paste. I made sure of that. All right, this is everybody's... The part that nobody really likes is putting in the CPU, because this bracket, you really got to push down, and it feels like you're bending and breaking the motherboard. For those of you, see if I can get this close enough, there is a little gold triangle here. There is a gold triangle, or a matching triangle, at the top of the CPU. See if I can get this up and in here. There is a matching laser etched triangle in the CPU socket itself. So we'll just go ahead and drop that guy in there, give it a little wiggle. We are good. Now for the part that everybody hates. And that's it. We're done. I do need to make sure, though, that back plate is there. That was one thing I never checked, because I was just kind of lazy, but I needed to make sure that that's there because that is required for the AIO. Okay, so we'll put this back in the AMD box. Kyler, what's going on, my man? 10 days until we get to play NASCAR 25. I know it, brother. I will be streaming that all day on Saturday for the pre-release. I have it pre-ordered. I already have it pre-installed. I have it preloaded on my Xbox already. I'm super excited for it. Getting to build this PC just in time. No, the thermal paste I'll put on the CPU right before I put in the AIO. But I promise the AIO has a tube of I think I want to say Arctic Grizzly maybe. At least I'm pretty sure it's Arctic Grizzly. All right, let's. Oh nope, that ain't gonna work. Next, what we will do is the M.2 drives. So those go. One will go here, and then one will go underneath this heatsink plate right here. So these SP M.2 drives, you can get them with heat sinks on them. Since I knew this motherboard came with some pretty beefy heat sinks on there, I just went ahead and got the M.2 drives without it. Using my iFixit kit for the screwdriver. I've had this iFixit kit forever. I absolutely love it. Just gotta find the right size bit here. Oh. Feels like it is definitely that one. Okay. Yeah, I promise. There is thermal paste for the CPU. I promise. Is that a captive screw? It is a captive screw. Nice little touch. Nice little touch. Okay, so yeah, like I said, we could see that this has been pre-owned, and it doesn't have the protective coating on here, but this thermal pad is still quite sticky, so it will stick to our M.2 drive just fine. Let's see how to get this guy open here. Probably could have grabbed a pair of scissors to help me with this. Oh, just open it like that. Okay. I do have Discord, but I don't have a mic, but I can use my phone's mic. Oh yeah, Kyler, don't worry, man. We'll definitely get together for some NASCAR 25 when the game drops, for sure. Slide this guy up out of the package. So this one is the 2 terabyte. I'm going to put the 2 terabyte closest to the GPU for the game drive, and then the main drive I will put down here. The difference is just how many available PCIe lanes it has to the CPU. I want my game drive to be closest to it. It's crazy that all this storage fits in that little guy right there. I still remember building my first PC, and I remember when it was spinning drives, which is crazy for me to admit to. So just let's see here. All we got to do here is just line this up in the little slot right there. Give it a little push in, and we are in. And then, come on, autofocus. Thank you. Then what we do here is we just take our cover, place the little tab back inside there, and then we could screw her back down. If I could find where this... There we go. just like that. Now, for our second drive, it'll go underneath here. There are 2 more M.2 slots available to us underneath this guy. Got to be careful when you're taking these screws off, because since they are captive, if you loosen one off all the way and the other 2 are still very much tight, you can actually strip the threads off of it, and we do not want to do that. So if we take this guy off, bam, we got 2 more M.2s. And as you can see on the back of here, it's still got the coating on here. So nobody used these 2 M.2 slots, which is good for us. But we will be putting our other M.2 drive right in this first slot here, leaving one open just in case, we need, I don't know, maybe a secondary drive for our games if, one day we run out of storage, or just if, I don't know, just in case I decide to do like the video editing on this PC and I need a drive for video editing, I'll be able to put it in there. So now with this one, they have these little quick releases, I guess. They turn 180 degrees. So we just put this drive in there like that. We just hold it down. Oh. How does this work? Oh. Gotta pull the little nub off first. There we go. Now, so that holds that in. And then we could just put our plate back on. So I went with the number 1 slot. This is the conformal coating that we take off. And then, a little bit of static there. And now we could screw this guy down. Okay. So that is that. Now what I need to do is put on the AIO. We want to do that before we put in the RAM, otherwise we may have clearance issues. This is where this is going to get a little bit tricky, because I'm going to have to put the AIO on. I'm going to have to move everything over so that I can get the actual PC case onto the desk, because as you can see, this desk is not very wide. Got to get my little bit of garbage out of the way here. Okay, what I do with that? Okay. This is the part where I'm going to be a little bit slow, because I'm going to have to read some directiones and figure out what actual orientation that this actually goes in. So. This is our Aorus 360 Elite. Yeah, terrible cables on these things. I'm not gonna lie. One thing I do like about this though is it's got the little tube separators on here. It's got them little tube separators, so it does keep everything nice and clean. So let's just keep this over here for a quick second. I believe. Oh, what I do with the little pamphlet? Right. Nope. Brother, did I really take the pamphlet out and then not put it back in the box when I checked it? What the hell? So, this is the, I believe this is for the fans, so that's going to be important. We're going to need that. This is Intel. Where's the one for AMD? Maybe that one. Okay. Run. Oh, where are we at? Run. There you go. There is the thermal paste. It is Thermalright TF7 thermal paste. And then I'm pretty sure we're going to need these screws. And this should all be Intel, so I shouldn't need any of that. I think this is the back plate for Intel, if I'm not mistaken, so I don't think I need that. I do need to find the little pamphlet, though, so what the hell did I do with that? Oh, gotta unplug my headphones for a second. Oh, what did I think of the Kansas race on Sunday? I'm not gonna lie to you, Kyler. I did not get a chance to watch it. I was doing some stuff with my wife. I watched the Bears game that happened. I had a couple too many things going on at once, so I did not get a chance to watch it. I heard that the end of the race with Denny Hamlin got pretty crazy because he didn't have power steering. All right, so I cannot find my little pamphlet deal here, so I'm gonna have to look up the instructions online real quick. Uh, Okay, so kind of sounds like at this point I can actually put, since I'm keeping the back plate, I can actually put this in the PC case, which would actually kind of help clear up some room. So I think I might do that. Actually, that might help quite a bit. Because then all we got to do is put the standoffs on there and mount. Oh, that one's Intel again. Don't need it. I swear I had this on my desk. I don't know where I put it. That's unreal. Anyways. Oh, I did see that on replay, though. The 38 riding the wall. That was absolutely insane. Is there not supposed to be a plate that goes on right there? Damn. Ah, I see. I see. Okay, so these go on first. Well, actually, these little standoffs go in first. Okay, this makes a whole lot more sense to me. So what we're going to do is we're going to install these with these outside of the motherboard first, and then we'll get the motherboard in the case, and then we'll apply our thermal paste, and then we will drop in the AIO. So these little guys go right over the right on top of the standoffs. There's 4 of them. These look to be bi-directional, so it doesn't make a difference which way you put them on. It will work the same either way, which is convenient. And then these guys have to go on like that. And then we got these thumb screws here, which you then can tighten them down with a screwdriver when you are done, which we will do. You should just have to bottom these out and then just go a little bit past finger tight. And this guy goes on like that. Yeah, I heard that 38 getting upside or a little crazy on the wall looked pretty wild, actually. Kind of blame Denny for running into bubble wall. Well, the thing is that he said that he was missing power steering from like the first restart of the race. He noticed he didn't have it. Which, I mean, to go 400-ish miles at Kansas without power excuse me, without power steering is kind of insane if you ask me. So then I do believe that it doesn't really make a difference which way this goes on. It'll just kind of depend on how we get it mounted up in the case. So with this part out of the way, I think that's what we'll do next. We'll get the case up here and we will start building inside of it. So what I'm just going to do for right now is move the motherboard. All right, about time for the star of the show, which would be the case. And this case is something I'm actually super excited about because this case is super cool. It's got a lot of room. It should be very easy to finish this build inside of. I'm excited for it. Oh, hey, look at that. Bam, found it. Just validate real quick here. Yeah, so that back plate was for Intel, which we don't need. That is not in English. We need this side. Yeah, that's Intel, LGA, AMD, AM4, AM5 installation. Remove the factory CPU brackets and screws. Keep the back plate. Okay, yeah, so we're definitely on the right side. It looks like that in this little demonstration thing, they have the tubes coming off on the side of the RAM. So we will look at that when we get it in. All right, so this big chunker, this is our case. Let's see here. Perfect. So this is the case. It's got captive screws here on the glass, which is, again, super, super nice. It's got a good chance. Oh, that screw's a little not straight. Oh, that might be because of the spring. Oh, you know what? I take that back. It is not. It is not a captive screw holding this glass in. Oh, it's the little washer on there. That's why it felt crooked. Okay, we're solid. We're good. This guy should just pull off. Nice. Slide that down there. It's got some nice grommets down in here. I don't know how well you can see those grommets, but on this side are the four RGBs. This is the rear non-RGB fan right back here. So that's nice and cool. Now all I need to do is slide this guy into place. I know that there is one of these that should just be a pin that it drops onto. Just like that. Just give it a little wiggle inside the case here just to make sure that it doesn't move. When I get this screwed down, I will go ahead and show you guys. Yeah, that's just for that. Did I not have a little baggie that had motherboard screws? Well, that might be a showstopper. Yeah, see, those are the screws for the AIO. Uh-oh, we might be in trouble. Well, that is an issue. I don't think I have motherboard screws. Unless I took them out and placed them somewhere. That's going to be a problem. Right. Hmm. I gotta have motherboard screws around here. What did I do with them then? Uh, right. Okay, let's pull this out of the case for just a second and see if the PC case has an accessory box with them, because it should. I'm not gonna lie, that cable management by Montech is actually kind of impressive. We will definitely, to be fair, it ain't gonna matter because we're gonna have to take it apart and rerun it. Okay. Thankfully, Montech had her back. There are motherboard screws in here. So, which is weird because I just built a gaming PC for one of my friends at work, and the motherboard came with them. So, all right. All right. Got it to drop back into place there. I know it's dark inside the case. I apologize. Um, cup sleeve. That's for the PSU. So we'll need to set those aside. Mainboard / SSD. Okay. Thank you, Montech. Lifesaver. That was almost not good. Alright, should be the same screw head size. It is. I just realized that my screwdriver is not magnetic. Alright, why don't you, Here, I'll use my phone's flashlight to get you guys some light in here. Kind of blame Denny for running. See if maybe now you guys. Nope. Alright, can you guys see a little bit better in there? Oh, my screw head is magnetic. Annoying. I'm just using the wrong size. Got it. What I do with my nope, that ain't it either. Well, that's got to be it. That's the second biggest bit I got. Am I crazy or my standoff's in the wrong spot? There we go. Just had to finagle it into place just a little bit. So I can tell that one of these screws in the top corner over here is not going to line up, unfortunately. But the rest of them look like they do. Oh. Yeah, so it looks like these two on the very top don't want to line up. I'm not 100% sure why, but the rest of them line up just fine. Should be okay. Might have to get my little extension out. Actually, those do line up okay. I just, for whatever reason, cannot get the screw to drop into its little home. There we go. She had to lift up on the board and let the board pull into the... Money. Kyler, man, how was your weekend? I obviously did not stream. Haven't gotten a chance to hear from you. All right, and just like that, our motherboard is installed. So now I'm trying to have to debate if I put the AIO on the CPU first, or if I drop it in, or if I mount it first. Either way, I'm gonna have to rotate this guy. So, from what I saw, pump goes in like that. It's awfully tight. Gotta go in like this. So I can slide it on in there. Mount it like that. Okay, so that does make quite a bit of sense, and that also makes the cable management a little bit easier because the fan cables go perfectly into these cable management holes that are back here. Yeah, I think it'll just be easier to try to... I think it'll definitely be easier to mount the... Okay. Good, just getting bored of NASCAR Heat 4, brother. I hear it. I can only play so much Heat 5 because NASCAR 21 just ain't doing it for me. All right, let me see. How much clearance do I have if I drop this in here? Oh, I got plenty of clearance to get the cables out of the way. All right, cool. So, what I will do is drop this guy in here, get the mounting screws, and then mount the cooler, or mount the radiator itself first. I'll drop the cables in from behind, and then we will put the actual cold plate, onto the CPU. So that's power supply. And these look like the mount screws for that. Alright, so I'm going to scooch you as far this way as I can. Kyler, do you play any Call of Duty or Battlefield by chance? Because I'm always willing to game on those games too until NASCAR comes out. All right. All right. Where'd that go? I'll find it at the end. Right. I need my little extension. Just to make life a little easier. To help get started. Once I get 2 of them started, actually, I'll be able to. Not really a fan of FPS games. All right. Well, what kind of games do you actually like to play? All right. So as you can see here, there is a little bit of adjustment here. So I think what we'll do is we'll get these screws almost in all the way. We'll leave them just a little loose in case I need to clear it one way or the other. I shouldn't have to. Hopefully I can pull those through from the back side. I just did it again. son went and dropped another 2 Madden 25 racing games and some Red Dead 2 on occasion. Right on. I'm hoping to get back into some more sports games. I used to love playing Madden. And then I, I feel like Madden just really fumbled the last few years. I love playing baseball games, though. I think MLB The Show is incredible. I also heard that NCAA is supposed to be really fun, but I'm not really a big college guy, unfortunately. See if I can find this screw that I dropped down here, which is going to be absolutely hidden because it's so damn dark down here. Right. I'll just have to find that when I'm doing cable management later. I'll definitely find that when I'm doing cable management. Okay. Now, get these wires tucked out of the way for now. Next is the cold plate. This is the part that I'm scared of because I'm always scared of either putting too much thermal paste or not enough on. So we're going to figure this out together. Oh, do I have something that I can, like, wipe this? Yeah, my thermal paste is actually kind of thick. I feel like I should use something a little more rigid. What'd I do with my little razor blade? I'll use one of these. Damn, that thermal paste is thick. All right, finger it is, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, that Dallas game was insane. I did watch that. What did I just do? Damn, spreading this thermal paste is kind of a pain in the ass, not gonna lie. Probably would have helped to heat it up a little bit just so it was a little. You're a Dallas fan? Hey, listen, to be fair, thank you for not at least letting the Packers beat you because they're my division rival and I cannot stand Green Bay. I probably needed to heat this thermal paste up, to be fair. Top corner, what doesn't want to stick? All right, how to not install thermal paste 101. Need something to wipe my fingies off with before I put this cold plate on. So, I gotta unplug my headphones and I will be back in just a second. All right, just kidding. I had paper towel right behind me. We're good. I have a habit of picking losing teams. My college team is the Gators, NFL Cowboys, and MLB is Toronto Blue Jays. Isn't Toronto in the playoffs though? Aren't they in the postseason? Aren't they playing a wild card series right now? Or no, they're not. My bad. All right, get that peel, and it needs to go on like show. Somebody just texted me. Where is the hole at? Oh, it's trying to grab it. It's right there. There we go. We got it. We got it. Now these, I believe, you just tighten it until it stops. You don't have to over torque it. I don't even think you really can over torque it. Because I think the springs act like a height guide. So I don't think you can like actually physically over tighten it. It just stops. And we are installed. Get you guys as close as I can here. So CPU's under this. This is the pump. And then that's what the radiator looks like installed. Haven't really watched baseball in a while. I just have a team. When I do watch, I have someone to cheer for. Well, if you couldn't tell, the Cubs lost today to the Padres, but I mean, that's okay. There's another game. There's a whole another game for a reason. Am I right? Okay. Let's go with the RAM. So, on most motherboards, which I don't know if you can see, I don't know if it's zoomed in close enough, but it comes with the stick slots kind of already pre-opened for you. So there's really, when you're using dual channel memory like this, there's really only see, I know that this is slightly off center, so this can only go in one way, so it's got to go in like that. So these stick channels are already pre-opened with the little levers. Verify that I have this the right way. Drop it into the little slot here. Yep, okay, I do have it the right way. You just drop it in the slot, and then you just press it till it clicks, and that's all you gotta do. The G-Skill also comes with a nice little sticker we can put on the case when we're done. And then this guy over here. And just press it down until it clicks. Verify that they're both clicked in there. They are. Okay, so the point of this is when you're using dual channel memory, there's A1, A2, B1, B2. And what you really want to do is use the proper channel. Like I said, on most of these motherboards, they actually come with the slots pre-open that you're supposed to use, or you could verify that by looking at the motherboard manufacturer's manual, and it will tell you what channels you need to be in. As far as I know, with the newest gen stuff, with all DDR5 memory, it's all the same. It uses the very furthest one from the CPU, and then the second closest one to the CPU. That's how you enable that dual channel memory. So now that we have this installed, we can stand this guy up. And what I'll do, get you guys repositioned here. Gotta put some weight on the back side once again. Okay. So we have everything installed that we need to. What we could do is put the graphics card in right now. But I don't think we're going to do that just yet. I think what we're going to do is turn this around. We're going to look at our cable management. We're going to go ahead and get at least these cables ran to where they kind of make sense, and take it from there. Because I'll be able to route that straight up and take care of it that way. So what we could do is turn this guy back around. Pop this rear panel back off. Hopefully I could do this without putting too much glare on you guys, is get you guys some type of light here. This nice little magnetic dust filter that you could put right over the top. Okay, so I think what I'm going to start by doing is, there's a lot of tie down points on here. Good on you guys, Montech. This is awesome. Sport you really love is lacrosse. You know, I never really got into lacrosse. I had a couple of friends that played it in high school, but I just was not. I did not physically play it, but I did have some people in school that did. All right, so these should be that guy over there. These should just be 2.5 drive cages, which they are, so I don't need them, so we could take these off. Alright, so what I'm going to do is kind of turn this into a rat's nest for a second, but get all these cables loose, because we're going to end up doing the cable management again when we're done anyways. Alright, this is going to turn into a rat's nest, but that's okay. Alright, so let's see, this is all... What's going where? Probably turn that off. I really hope this is bright enough for you guys, so that you guys can actually see what I'm doing here. Yeah, for sure don't need this. Okay. Get these guys has to stay over here. That's gonna go that way. These are for the 3 RGBs in the front, I'd imagine. Put this up that way, we'll take care of that stuff last. Damn, that looks like a headache now, doesn't it? Not sure. Got to plug into a SATA that's on the physical motherboard. Played every position on the field. My least favorite was goalie. Yeah, I can kind of imagine that. You got these little balls getting thrown at you. It's super fucking hard. I wouldn't like that either, to be honest. You know what? I know how I can make this brighter for you guys. Hold on. Okay. What I do with it? Ah. Hopefully that made that a little bit brighter. I just flipped my little LED bar around that's on my desk that's pointing at the computer. Okay. Now. Okay, so these are the 3 free RGBs. And I think that this is fan. So I'll probably end up running my case fans to match my GPU temp. I think that's how I want to do that. So what I gotta do first is turn this guy back around. Okay. Whoops. And now, what I gotta do, oh, that might be a little tighter than I thought. Right. CPU fan, system fan, CPU LED. Alright, so which is which? I think one of these makes it daisy chainable. Not 100% sure on that. Let me grab. Ain't no way I've done this twice now. I lost what I was looking for. Jesus. Okay. That's that. That's that. All right, wiring guide. Here we go. This is what I needed. All right, connect pump power cable to the motherboard, water pump, or CPU OPT socket, which that's going to be all 3 of those up there. Then connect fan hub to CPU fan socket on the motherboard. Okay. So, yeah, so these are right next to each other, basically. What I need to do is pull these guys through. Backside real quick. Get them up of the way. Right. I need these little tie wraps off. All right. Let's see if I can get just enough backlight in here, but not enough, or not too much that it's absolutely freaking annoying. Oh, yeah, these are just a little daisy chain link. All right, so that's how that works. We can daisy chain these if we need to. I gotta stand up and look from the backside. Sorry, my big head's in the way. One. Pull both of those from that side, actually. Yep, that's the way I'm gonna have to go with this. Which is fine. Actually kind of works out because I should be able to leave myself plenty of room for that EPS power that's got to go right there. How did I manage to do that? Okay, that doesn't look too bad. All right, now Now what I need to do is figure out exactly how to route that guy. I think I'm just going to go through the top and then come back out so that it'll plug in right there. Actually, let's see if I can mount this header in a slightly different spot. I don't know if I can. I'm not too sure that I actually can. What's the screw space? Nope, that ain't going to happen either. Yeah, that's a little bit of an unfortunate spot for where that is. I might be able to mount it down here, actually. See if that'll work. I think that screw spacing is exactly the same. Standoffs or are those actually? They are just standoffs. Nice. Be a little bit more convenient if I could pull those off a little bit easier. I don't have an adjustable wrench. I don't think. And those are tight. That is the right size, though. I do have a bit for it. How about that? Question is, does it? It is not the same spacing. Well, poop. I tried. I thought that was going to be super, super slick, to be honest. Which Battlefield you have? I have 1, 3, 4, Hardline, Battlefield 5. Yeah, I have not played Battlefield in a long time, actually. And I'm looking at Battlefield 6. Damn, this is a rat's nest. Alright, we'll figure that out in a minute. That's a whole bunch of stuff that's got to happen all at the same time. I could download COD. I have that. Sweet. Yeah. I mean, it's entirely up to you, man. But if you wanna get down, I'll get down for sure. Okay. So connect the pump power cable to the motherboard water pump or CPU OPT. Connect the fan to the hub. Then the Okay, so the good news is that all three of these, or both of these, I don't need the hub for it. Uh, right. I do have to daisy chain those at the minimum, which is gonna suck. Well, so one of these is just RGB, but I can't figure out which one it is. Oh, it's gonna be that one. CPU LED. Got it. That's easy enough. Then what I need to do is kind of nicely get this guy back through. I was doing some of this while the motherboard was actually outside. Would have been smart. Mr. Dan, welcome to the chat. Appreciate you for stopping by. So now I'm a little confused. Which one's actually which? One's gotta go up here. Damn, I wish I had my needle nose for this. This would be a little bit more convenient. Alright, this guy, CPU LED. No, can't be. Because it only has 3 pins. It's got 4. Oh, right. Okay, so that is right. CPU LED C2. Alright, that's that. Now we can figure out this whole mess load of wires in the back before we start dropping in power supply and all that other stuff. Okay, so we got 1 in 5, 3. So which one's the... One of these is power in. I also have a SATA. That's weird. So we also have SATA power. Okay. So these are the 2 that I just dropped in from the back. See, it looks like at least one of these I'm gonna have to daisy chain, which is kind of meh, but it is what it is, I guess. First off, get these wires at least a little tidied up, because damn. These are all gonna be front fans. This is from the okay. I think I see what's going on. Okay, so these are all the front fans. That's the LED switch. This is the reset switch. I actually think what I want to do is route this one through the back with the rest of the yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so I figured out what I'm gonna do here. These are the front fans, so we're gonna route these all together. And then the ones from the this is the power in. Where does that go to? Okay, so that's the rear case. Alright, so this is the power in SATA. So these three actually matter. Well, no, if I do that. Kinda gotta decide how I want to do this. Because I know the ARGB I want to hook into that. However, the power, I don't think I can. What is this? I can use this for... I don't even know, to be honest. That's radiator. This one should also be radiator. Alright, so those are radiator. That's just fan power. Okay. Oh, that makes a little bit of sense. Where'd that go? So this is just for the fans to use one power. Gotcha. Which that makes sense because there's 3 of them. Okay, yeah. Like I said, first thing I need to do is reroute this one into the back with the other 2. Everyone's favorite part of building a computer is the wire management. Am I right? Oh. Okay. Okay. So I got this figured out now. So what do I do with the little header? Uh oh. Those are RGB. One of these, a couple of these should be the fans. That should be a fan. That's gonna be RGB. Gonna be RGB, and this should be a fan. Okay. So these are CPU. Yeah, those are CPU. These are CPU RGB, which is great. I'll be able to plug these guys in right down there. But what I want to do is get this whole mess of wires underneath that one. So then that way I can tie that guy back up there. And tie this guy back up in there too. Right. Power, and power. All right, now I can start actually like zip tying some stuff together. I have a little baggie of zip ties. Kingslayer, welcome into the chat. What's going on? We're working on some cable management right now. Alton, oh yeah, we're working on tying these up right now. I was just trying to figure out a way to separate my case fans from my AIO fans. I think we got it figured out. three are the RGB. And these three are the PWMs, right? Yep. There we go. Does it have a 5090? Absolutely not. If you look in the description, I have the specs listed out. If you're on the YouTube side, I have a RX 9060 XT. I could not afford a 5080. That was just not going to happen. I mean, if you're someone like Jay's 2 cents who builds computers for a living, yeah, you probably have the money for it, but I'm not Jay's 2 cents, so I do not have the money for 5090, unfortunately. But I think for the kind of gaming that we're going to do, it'll work out just fine. Now, go ahead and plug these guys back in up here. Like I said, this one will go that way. Like I said, what is nice about this Montech case is it's got some there's a tie down point right here, so that'll help us quite a bit. This guy goes to the motherboard for the reset switch, so that's good. And then these guys I will pull up from let it go. Kind of like that. And then these ones will go up and into these three right here. For real, for real. I appreciate you guys stopping in to hang out while I rework this absolute cluster. Once we get this done, we're gonna put the case stuff onto the motherboard, and then we'll put the power cables from the power supply in. We'll route those where we need them, and then we should be able to put the power supply in and be done. Oh, Alton, man, I appreciate that if you could. That'd be awesome. So, as such, this one will go right there. Actually, I take that back. Go from shortest to longest. This one will go in right there. This one right there. And this one there. Then what I'll do is pull these back a little bit. Pull them back just a touch. Get them to be about the same-ish length. Alright, so let's just unplug that one real quick. Pull this up over here. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's not really the fanciest case. It's the Monarch 903 Air Max. The sole purpose I went with this case is just for the RGB header here on the back, even though it was definitely a cluster when I opened it, but that's okay. So now what I need to do is pop a zip tie on right now. Make those nice and neat. Zip tie up here to get those nice and tight. And then I'll grab all 3 of these. What I need is a tie down point like right there. That would help me a lot. Kind of like that. Hey man, the 1080 was king back in the day, 100%. Not the greatest, but That's got to go through there. I know that already. This guy. And this guy. These three, I'm pretty sure, go to the front of the motherboard. Whoa, let's check to see where these go here. All right. Fan pump, got that, got that. Where is the little SATA plug that this has to plug into? I'm looking for this guy. Huh. Oh, it might just be a SATA controller, you fucking dummy. Right. Right. Okay. I like where that's at for now. Alright, so these are the ones that I need next. Because I need this. And this. Right on, Kingslayer. You guys have a good one if you guys gotta bow out. I appreciate you guys for stopping in. Yeah, SATA power. I am so confused. Um Alright, I had the book for this thing somewhere. What'd I do with it? This is not my first PC. It's my second. Hmm. Well, that doesn't help me at all now, does it? Where is... Jesus. Oh, I sure want these three. And then still got to figure out what to do with this guy, but it'll have to wait for now. I need to figure out where does this plug into? I don't think there's tie straps. Convenient. We're gonna need that. Ah, plugs into the power supply. Got it. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Okay, this makes so much more sense to me now. So that's got to plug into one of them. Yeah. Okay, so this guy is gonna have to go. Okay, this is making a lot more sense to me now. I'm a little less confused. Okay, we're figuring this out now, guys. We're figuring it out. Would y'all stay up over there for just like a minute? I'll be with you momentarily. Okay, so these. This has to go to one of the CPU fans. Yeah, I'll get that sorted here in a minute. What I need to do is. Damn, I for real used all those zip ties already? And oh, yeah, yep. I know what that is. All right, so this guy gonna have to go over there for the case fan. All right, so now what I'm just gonna do is take. Leave that there for now. Actually, that's really not bad for first PC. What did a PC like that run you? $950 for everything. That ain't too bad. Actually, that's a pretty decent price. Let's see here. What was I looking for? Right. Yeah, there's really gonna be no way to keep this super clean up over on this end. But now what I need to do is take this guy. All right. So that's that for the fans that are plugged in. guy in over the top. Plug that back in a minute. But what I need to do, grab all of this. When with use GPU, CPU, and motherboard, that's exactly what I did. The case, RAM, PSU, and AIO are brand new. That's exactly what I did. That's how I managed to save so much. Kyler, this is just the most. This is the most BS part, to be honest. Is just this is the most BS part. Once I get this all cleaned up, once I have this all cleaned up, then doing the rest of the PC will be super easy. So yeah, I should be able to zip tie all this stuff together like that. Yeah, all these little fan cables is definitely the worst part, but everything after this should be okay. It's not that the cables suck, it's just because since I went with an AIO, and this splitter, the way that the wires were ran were kind of already kind of goofy, it just made it a little more meh, I guess. But yeah, this I can put up in the corner right here and lock it down with some zip ties on that tie off point. So that'll make that look a little neater. Like that right there. All right. It ain't perfect. It ain't perfect, but it's in there. All right, now all three of these, I'm pretty sure have to go through that bottom right there. Along with this guy. Oh, this needs to get plugged back in right where it was. All right, so that's that right there. Pretty sure all these go through the bottom. That one's probably going to go through right there. All right, let's flip this around real quick. And start plugging some things into the motherboard. Oh, actually, some of these come up through the bottom, don't they? Yes, they do. Well, I was right about this one, because this should be system fans. Nope, that's 4 pin. I'm missing a. Where did it go? I see a. Oh, I found it. This guy goes in there. This guy goes in there. The AIO that I went with is the Thermalright 360 V3. System fan. System fan. System fan. Oh, this can also go right up on the top where it says system fan. Money. Yes, Luna? Can I help you? Thank you. Put that in there for right now. This guy is reset switch, which should be there's one on the bottom and there's one on the top, I think. was right there. Reset switch. What I'm going to do is actually pull this out of that one, put it through that one. Mint. Yeah, I almost got that. That's a clean looking setup. That motherboard heatsink looks amazing. Yeah, that's why I actually went with this motherboard, was so that I didn't have to get extra heat sinks for the M.2 drives. That's exactly why I went with this motherboard. All right, so now we can. I think that's all of these cables. This guy could just double check here. Push that guy in there, and then there should be a tie down. Alright, so one of these is HD audio, USB. Alright, I'm pretty confident we can plug these in now. So the HD audio is this guy. Is there a difference between audio and HD audio? Is there another audio thing on here that I'm missing? Audio. Nope. Exactly where it goes. That. Nice. Where's this little guy plug in? I'm assuming right there. Guy goes in here. Which way? Like that. Weird looking blue one. Where does that one go? Probably right there. Probably pull that up through the bottom. Man, that guy is tough to plug in. Holy Jesus. Okay. Scariest part is when you're getting done, how to plug it into the wall. Yeah, no, that. I remember when I built my first PC, that was the part that freaked me out the most, too. Alright, now it's these guys, which is power switch, power LED, Where is the pins for... Am I just stupid? That's a physical reset switch, but where does this go? Huh. Well, we witnessed the first boot. I don't know if I'll be able to get to it tonight. We should be able to. Um, LED, 24. Damn. Uh, where is... One second, I gotta look at this. See where the physical pins actually go. I don't think it'll tell me. No. Well, that ain't in English. That ain't what I'm looking for. Uh, uh, oh, right. There's a front panel. Right. It'll probably be Call of Duty NASCAR Battlefield for now. Front panel connectors. It's 100% the one I need. Yep, that's what I'm looking for. Got it. Got it. Okay. I figured it out. I figured it out. All right. So, power LED plus and minus. Okay, so these ones gotta go in. That one goes there. That one goes there. HD. All right, let's do power switch plus and minus. I don't know which side switch. Pretty sure I bent one of these pins. Fuck. Or I didn't plug it in right. Better. Okay. Power LED. PW. Reset switch. Oh, this can actually go down here. I again do not know which one's plus and minus, so that's unfortunate. Is that all the front connectors done? We've been playing a lot of body cam 4s. Oh, dude, I heard that body cam game is suck. Or not suck. I'm sorry. I heard that game is awesome. All right, let's make sure we have everything from the back here plugged in. I think we do. Yeah, we sure do. it comes up in the middle, it has to come up through the middle, doesn't it? Yep, sure does. That's unfortunate. Zippy ties. I'm gonna have so many zip ties to cut. This is gonna be ridiculous. I heard it's like the ultimate PTSD simulator. Okay, it's not terrible looking. No lie, I actually thought I killed somebody. Yeah, I mean, dude, I heard that game was absolutely insane. Okay, it's not bad. Not the best, but it's not bad. I just don't like this mess over here, but I mean, there's really nothing I can do about that. Right. Let's get the main power wires for the power supply now. Damn, bro, what is going on? Welcome to the chat. Thanks for hopping in. The specs are in the description. All right, so that's our 24. We're going to need that. SATA to PCI, we're going to need one of them. PCIe, we're going to need that for sure. PCIe, we're going to need that. CPU, we're going to need that. Molex, which we do not need. So we just got done with the back panel, which still looks a little bit messy, but as we put the, you know, the beefy wires, so to speak, up in here, it should clean it up a little bit, but we'll find out. All right, so here's our main 24, which is gonna go in the top. Which way is that? So it's gotta go in that way. Ooh. All right. Oh, nope. I had that backwards. Hey, stupid ass zip tie, get out of here. All right, our main 24 pin is in. I believe CPU for this one only needs the 8 pin. It doesn't need supplemental. What'd I do with it? Ah. Yeah, I would follow Locked Up 47's advice. That's exactly what I did. Alright, so this guy goes in. Oh boy. Maybe I should have got some of these wires in before. And this is a little tricky. What to do with my phone? I need my flashlight. Alright, clips in the top. Yeah. Oh, that's the PSU side. Sorry for the phone flash. My bad. Wait a minute. Uh. Yeah, this is the CPU side. And that guy goes through right there. Okay. So that is that. I believe the last power that would have to go in here would be GPU, but we don't have the GPU in yet. So let's go ahead and put the GPU in. This case does not have an anti-sag bracket. However, since we are going with a pretty light card, I can't say that I'm too worried about it. Alright, so this is a 2-slot. So hey yo, let me take the things out. Oh, don't tell me they're stuck behind the tray. Brother. Mushu, go. Okay, they're not. We're good. It was just a little tab. It was just a little tab. We ain't gotta take everything apart. Look at that Gigabyte card though, huh? Okay, now damn, this does not really allow for a whole lot of oh, it's because I took the wrong one out. Right, we'll fix that. Damn it. There. All right. And just like that, the graphics card is in. Use these nice little thumb screws to put the GPU hold in. Oh yeah. That looks pretty damn good to me. Alright, PCIe 450 high power. PCIe PSU side. I suppose I don't have one that doesn't have a split connector on it, do I? Probably not. Yes, I do. Damn. Why you gotta be such a... My brother. Plug into my graphics card, would you? One of these is not wanting to go in. This is scaring me a little bit. Oh, that's shitty. One of these bottom things ain't cut right. Well, I guess I'm going to have to use one of these, or is it just upside down? No, it ain't upside down. Bro, what the hell? I'm gonna have to use one of these other PCIe cables. Yeah, the like. Let me see if I can. Oh shit! I can't use this. I'm missing a whole pin. Fuck. Yeah, this is the power supply side, and this is the GPU side. But the GPU side doesn't want to plug in because it was like it's got like the two connectors on the outsides that are cut at like an angle, and the one that's supposed to be a angle is like in the wrong spot. It's like the connector is like flipped, but it's not. The fuck? That's a CPU power cable. I just realized that. Did I put the wrong cable in the wrong spot? Because that sure would suck if I just did that. I don't know how the fuck to pull that out if I did. Oh, this is gonna suck. No, it's in the right spot. So then, what the fuck? Does it just not have a... Alright, well, I guess there's that. Kind of don't like the fact that that's a double power cable, but I mean, it is what it is, I suppose. CPU, PSU, gotta have one that's 4 PSU. Yeah, but PCIe, I don't like that. There's gotta be one specifically for the GPU. Alright. Oh, okay. Thank you, Locked Up. I appreciate that. I was about to lose my mind. I'm like, there ain't no way I'm gonna get this far and then be absolutely fried. I was about to be so mad. Alright, well. Having that, actually, we'll go through here. I don't know. How do we feel about the side pass through? If I can, I'll zip tie that together. I think that'll look clean enough. Yeah, I have a 450 watt power connector, which is kind of weird. Put this on the back side so it doesn't look as ugly. Bam. All right, that's not too terrible, I suppose. Not bad. All right, first thing we can do is actually I need this power cable. I'm gonna have such a mess to clean up when I'm done. Holy balls. This guy tied in right there. This guy can get closed right where it's at. And then this up here. Okay. These. There's one right there. Okay, that actually kind of worked out kind of nice. That through. That through. Okay, so this would be power. It'd be CPU. That one's gonna be GPU. Dude, I know that this motherboard is such a W with how many plugs there are. I love it. Oh, I'm such an idiot. You got to screw this thing in from the outside, don't you? Yep. Yep. Except for the fact that two of these cables cannot be coming up from where they're coming up from. Which ones? All right, guys, if you will give me just 1 minute so I can feed the dogs, I will be right back. All right, we is back. All we need to do is just tidy up these power supply cables in the back, and then we should be good to go. Honestly, though, if at the be careful with that Air 100 because that is a micro ATX motherboard, so be careful with that. All right, so let's get the power supply screw down in. All right, I know one of these said power supply. Um, I have an X5M case if you want it. I have a Windows 11 Home. I just got the uh I actually just bought the license for it before starting stream. So I got it just in time. All right, now we just got to figure out how to get this mess in here. I guess I really don't care what it looks like under where the power supply is. I just want this to look semi-presentable. And I think that's the best I can do. Just start snipping off the ends here. I mean, my laptop that I'm streaming off of has Windows 11. Ow. What'd I do with them? I did not know that, actually. I'll come back and cut these off later. I'll go back in and cut those zip ties later, I swear. We're gonna find out if it wants to work. Oh, I don't think that looks too bad in there, to be honest. I think it looks pretty damn good. We just have to open the back up again and then it ain't too bad. What do I do with those screws? Don't put the side panel on. Okay. Well, here, let's get the all important peel. Hold on. Let's at least do the peel. You ready? Oh yeah. Oh God! Fucking shocked myself. Shit. Good thing I didn't have the. Good thing I didn't have it plugged in. All right. Oh hey, more zip ties. Cool. Oh, sorry, mic's in the way. Got the power supply cable. I don't know if this desk plug is actually going to work because my laptop's actually plugged into this one, but we'll find out. Let's see here. My display cable going to be long enough? Sure is. Nice. HDMI display port. Oh boy, just barely long enough. Holy Jesus. Hold on, it's gonna get dicey for a second. I gotta plug in this display port cable. All right. So now let's grab you off of here. Put this back where it's supposed to be. Hello. Let's try this. So what I want to do now is go into here. I need to put input, enter, display. Everything twitched on. That's a start. RGB puke. Looks like we got a post. I think it was definitely worth it putting the case fans and the RGB for the AIO on. Oh, hold on. Mode. Input. Display port. Hey! New CPU installed. Structure change plus press what? Oh, I gotta plug in my damn. Right. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta take my keyboard off my laptop, plug it into my computer. I did not think that through. That airflow actually feels really nice. All right, hold on. Take. Hold on. Gotta get my keyboard and my mouse plugged in from my laptop. I just had my scissors. What'd I do with them? Oh, Lord. Alright, this setup is going to be really weird for a minute while I'm running through all this setup. I am so sorry. Tomorrow I'm going to have a lot of fucking cable managing to do, I can tell you that. Alright, it says new CPU installed. FTPM/PSP NV corrupted or structure change. Press Y to reset. I'm assuming I should reset that, right? The FTPM or PSP. I'm assuming I'm gonna have to reset this, right? Since it's a used motherboard and it's probably got the setup from the old CPU in it. Damn, hold on. Let me. Damn. It's a shame that this. It's a shame that this. Actually, hold on, wait. All right, I would. So where's the Y? Okay. Where's my flash drive? Windows. Oh. Damn, that RGB is flying in there. Oh, F12. Where the fuck is F12? All right, so I have my Aorus screen. Oh, there we go. Now it's loading. Nice. Oh, 1 second. I gotta enter my hold on, I gotta enter my product key here. Oh, I gotta put my my little Wi-Fi thing on here. We want Windows installed on that one. Right. Stupid question, but these little Wi-Fi antennas, does it make a difference which one goes where, or nah? These little cable plugs. Hell yeah. I have again lost my scissors. What the fuck? Can go into either or. Nice. Oh, it's magnetic. Sick. Why no lie? This computer seems super fucking quiet. Install. This might take a while. Okay. Well, while that's doing its thing, let's get you guys up in here so we can see what we're looking at. Oh, this glass is gonna glare because of my computer screen. My bad. There we go. Mind you, this is a 1080p webcam, and I am looking to upgrade this webcam to a 4K one here in the next couple of weeks. But for as much as I don't like RGB puke, I think that the front, at least, the front turned out super, super clean. Hold on, I got way too many lights going on here. See if I can get it at an angle where it's not gonna. You know what? Here, hold on 1 second. Let me put you down. I'm gonna pop this side panel off one quick time, just so that y'all can see what we're working with here. I think that that's pretty decently clean, actually. There's one wire here that I need to tuck in. There we go. Like I said, I'll come back. I'll come back tomorrow. Snip the. I'll come back and snip the cable ties tomorrow. But to at least get this thing started and running, it's not too bad, my friends. It only took us 4 hours and 4 minutes, but hey. Let's see how long it actually takes to install Windows. Oh, 20% there. Not too bad. Okay. Listen. Give me a minute. I'm going to run to the bathroom. Oh, nope, I can't. My wife's taking a shower. Just kidding. Just kidding. Hey, for those of you that stuck around and you subbed while I was building this and I didn't see it in the mini feed, I am very sorry, but thank you guys so much for the subs. That is awesome. I really do appreciate it. And I hope that you guys like a mix between Call of Duty gaming and NASCAR gaming, because now that we have a PC that can handle the newer games, that's what we're going to be doing around here. Is we're going to pick up our Call of Duty streaming, and then when NASCAR 25 drops on that Saturday, we will be gaming it all day. I really appreciate you guys. I 4 subs in 1 stream is insane to me. Thank you very much. Yo, if you stream every now and then, you should add me on Discord. So if you're playing Call of Duty and or Battlefield when it drops, we can link up for sure. I stream on every platform that you see here. So if you don't just watch on YouTube, if you like Kick or Twitch, and you wouldn't mind dropping me a follow over there, I would greatly appreciate that as well. Speaking of Twitch, I should probably go check on that. 53% complete on installing Windows 11. And then I gotta go sign in all the bullshit, which is gonna suck, but that is what it is. Oh, Kyler, bro, I am so sorry I did not see your message on Twitch, my man. Ubisoft Plus is indeed its own subscription. I know that the EA Pass comes with the Microsoft one. Whoa, computer's tweaking out here. What are we doing? Okay. My Discord is. Hold on, 1 second. I'll tell you in a second here. My Discord is at AJ, lowercase a j, and then 2921. So yeah, feel free to add me on there. Locked up. Yes, I've been playing a lot of Warzone 2, waiting for NASCAR 25 to drop. Like I said, I'm looking into getting Battlefield. I don't know if I can get it on launch weekend since I already pre-ordered NASCAR 25, but I am eyeing up Battlefield for sure. Which actually I should be able to play it because of the EA Pass on Xbox Game Pass because I linked that on my computer. Actually, I can actually hear my fans ramping up based on my. Really? Why is my why is my picture not coming back? But what are we doing? I didn't know that the Gigabyte logo on the graphics card actually lit up RGB. That's kind of neat. I'm not gonna lie. I sent a friend request. Please don't judge my name. Locked up. Okay. Just 1 second, y'all. Oh, hey, hello. Windows has finished installing. Let's connect you to a network. Okay. No network driver found. Say what? I mean, I gotta have one. There's no way I need to connect to Ethernet, right? Uh-oh. That might be a problem. I don't want to start a conversation. I want my friend request, bro. Jeez. Is it just not going to let me find... For real? It ain't going to let me find my friend request? What is this? Right. I'll just do it this way. Nah, I'll get a driver on my USB and copy it over real quick. What do I need? Gigabyte Aorus Elite. Right. Now I just gotta find this. Chipset SATA RAID. No. Would you look at that? Why am I not able to? Why is my file Oh, I know why. There we go. All right, let's see if this will work. It should. That, put that in. Oh shit! This thing is gonna take forever. All right, I'm copying the installation driver. Oh, that's fine. All this whole setup is gonna change eventually, so it's fine. It's not like there's any important information that's going to show up on this screen that you guys can't see or I don't want you to see, so it's not that big of a deal. But I appreciate the heads up on that. Hmm. Really? Oh, duh. AJ, you dummy. I know what I did wrong. Oh, what I need to do is... I know what I didn't do. See if this will do what I want it to do. Hmm. It did not. Uh... Intel. Ah, fuck, I don't know what PCB revision I have. I think it's safe to assume it's probably that one. Are we still live, everybody? Okay, cool. You know what? I think I could use my Ethernet and plug it into my laptop and pull off of that. Let me see. Because if I need to, oh, all right, let's see if this actually works. Disconnect that for a minute. I need to go to network. Damn. I don't have. All right, now we have a little bit of an issue because I can't do anything without network. Oh, duh.